Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Chill Sunday Staxel. I hope everybody is having a great day. I am going to wait for people to make their way in, and we will get started shortly. In the meantime, I am going to post the notif on Twitter that we just went live. King Cyrus, welcome. How are you doing this Sunday? You are indeed the first one. Welcome, M. Nice. Well, I hope this is a chill experience for that. I'm doing pretty good, Em. Glad to hear that you're chill. New York legalized it, so yeah. Is it officially like 100% like available in terms of the recreational, or does that take a little time before they make it fully available? I am just gonna very, very quickly get my my teapot. I will be right back. But everybody, I welcome you if you're coming in. Just give me 1 second. Okay, teapot is acquired. I'm just gonna give people a couple more minutes to come in to the stream before we get started. You think that it's decriminalized, but weird steps. Yeah, they usually make them kind of weird steps to get to that kind of legalization process. And then there's the whole states versus federal issue with that, which is always awkward. But glad to hear that it is happening, even if it does have issues with it. Oh, why is the music paused? Come on, Staxel. I'll give it another 2 minutes and then we'll get started. So today we're going to be building more of the ship that is next to Base Cat's tower. The ship of Base Cat, as it were. And I want to, now that we have some sequoia wood from last stream, we can finish off some of the questing that we had started before and possibly see if we can get another quest or two and figure out the details of the ones that we haven't done. And then I want to talk a little bit about revolution building and community and the importance of it. So hopefully we can have a good conversation about that and any other politics that anybody brings up. There we go with the music. It's like I cued it right in. This very chill, relaxing music. Although this one's one of the more upbeat ones, I do have to admit. I'm sure people will make their way in soon enough. I will get started. Welcome, Jay. Yes, revolution building. How are you this Sunday? I genuinely appreciated your comment, by the way, Jay, on my video, one of my videos this week, the one that you posted on. You're doing meh? I'm doing pretty chill, actually. I can't complain too much. Base Cat is hungry. Why is Base Cat hungry? That's not good. I don't know, Base Cat has food. Oh, I'm really glad that you enjoyed that. That one came from a place of frustration mixed with passion, and I don't even know what else. I'm just glad that it was appreciated. I kind of wanted to change this right here and make it 2 sets of steps that are smaller on the sides. Because it doesn't make sense if we're going to put the wheel right here, that you're walking right into the wheel on a ship. But that shouldn't be too difficult to change up. And then I want to finish the deck up here and start to work on the area below deck. But I feel like this is coming out pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. Welcome, Cray. Whippa! Indeed. It's good to see you here. How is your Sunday going? I know you were doing some mutual aid yesterday. Greetings, Toots. Helping people is fantastic. Always good to hear about community building. We're going to be talking a bit about that today while we work on our ship here and try to do some questing, so always good to hear other people doing good work. Toots, how are you doing today? Well, how's it feel to wake up early? I want to get back on doing that, honestly, myself. Good to hear, Toots. Good to hear. So we can have it go here, and then maybe start it like right... You don't want to start it with the other steps, so start it like right here? Kind of deal. So you go up, over, and then up. So I can... Is that it? One space over from the steps, or should I give it a space? Let's give it a space. Yes, indeed. Happy Easter to anyone who celebrates it. Greetings, Emma. Glad to see you here. How are you doing today? How is your Sunday? Let's build like this. Zero, welcome. How are you doing today? Wait, no, I want that. I want to go into the menu. There we go. I want to move that and that next to each other. Honestly, I think turning off flying here might actually help me. Well, I'm hoping that we can provide a very chill environment today, Emma. Wait, what is this about mansion? Oh, Duke. Welcome, Duke. Yeah, this is the Joe Mansion fan club. Clearly. You're funny, Duke. You have jokes. How are you doing? AOC Internet Boyfriend Club. Feeling okay today. Just started watching the second season of For All Mankind last night. What is For All Mankind? Explain this to me. What are you all even talking about right now? It's about space. Space is based. Does anyone else secretly ship AOC and Ben Shapiro? That's disgusting. Ben does. Oh geez, Cray. You had to bring that up. Isn't that meme dead yet? It's by the guy who did the new BSG from a few years ago. The idea was what would have caused the space race to not stop, so the series starts with the Russians landing on the moon first. Oh, wow. I don't think the US would have lived that down very well if the Soviet Union had made it to space first. Or it's made it to the moon first, rather. Because they did make it to space first. There we go. I like that better. Yeah, that definitely works better. Stairs, stairs. And then we have this here. I fell down. I'm gonna put the wheel up here, yeah. I am so sorry, Toots, that was terrifying for you. I do not play Sea of Thieves, Jay. I have wanted to, though. Let's turn fly off for a minute. Also, I wonder if I can actually fix... I can see why you'd have that, though. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's correct, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. How did I even match this up? I still want to know how I did that. Whatever, it's good enough. 2, how many did I do? 1, 2, 3 off the side. 1, 2, 3. I think I've seen the Longest John's video where they sang also. I'll go 5. And then staircase. Two, 3, 4, 5. Staircase. I absolutely love the music in this game. I was just thinking that too, to be honest. It's so relaxing, and with the snow coming down, and the Eye of Base Cat watching over us and protecting us from other dimensional threats. Way high enough she rises. Indeed, Cray. And this is when it's different. This has 1, 2, 3 spots. And this has 1. Do I want to fix all that or no? That is the question. Because I have 3, 3, 3... Wait, no, I have 3, 4, 3, 3, 3. And here I have 5, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Did you know that potato distributors put fake dirt on potatoes to make them feel right? That is a weird fact. Yeah, the counting can be ridiculous. Yeah, what do you mean fake dirt? Like, I think I'm gonna make this the cutoff point for the front of the ship. It's gonna make me fall asleep right here, floating in the sky. Here we go. And I might even do something like this. Did you all know that in the 70s there was a movement to make Canada's NDP more socialist leftist than it already was, called the Waffle Movement? The Waffle Movement. That's a movement I can get behind. Were they trying to give waffles to everybody? You're getting serious hunger pangs from the waffles. I don't blame you. I, huh, neat. Universal basic waffleage. I believe in everybody's right to waffles. Did you all know that if you took all of a person's blood vessels and lined them up end to end, the person would die? I was not prepared for that one, Zero. So, I have a question for everybody. Maybe this is one that we don't want to talk about. Feel free to shut me up with this one, but how's everybody been doing with getting vaccinations? I'm assuming that everybody here is at least attempting to get them if they're available. He wanted an interesting fact but didn't know a real one. How do I want to... I'm thinking of just straight shotting that up. So that there's like a... I don't know, let me see how this looks. And that's the problem. This side is now higher than that side at this point. Let's make these steps. Greetings, David. Welcome. How are you doing today? Tude says the rollout of the vaccine to the general public will only start in May. Okay. I hope everyone that can get a vaccine does. The side effects can be harsh, but it's important. I completely agree, Zero. I am pretty relaxed, David. I'm glad to hear your Sunday's chill. I'm doing pretty okay. I'm just trying to have a chill time making this ship. Hopefully we're going to get some questing done, and then in a little bit we'll talk a little bit about building communities and developing our revolution and what it should look like in that regard. We shall continue to build our tribute to Base Cat. The top of the ship's coming along real nice. Duke says at least Toots has a target date in mind. He doubts the vaccine will get out until late fall in Unterrible. I am really happy with how this is coming out. You know what? I think I'm gonna do this. And extend that one more. Yeah. Much better. I like that better. But is it a spaceship? It could be a spaceship. Do we want it to be a spaceship? I'm gonna add wings to the side of it when I'm done building the rest of the hull. Zero says the state where I lived opened up vaccines to the general public, and I think it's because we have a lot of Republicans that refuse to get it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because a lot of the places where the Republicans are probably going to be the areas where it's available to the public earliest because of what you said. And it's one of those weird political things that's just the reality of what we live in right now. Duke says, I'm not looking forward to the vaccine symptoms, but I definitely rather have my immune system freaking out than get the actual virus. That's honestly the truth, because if you're getting sick from like the vaccine, imagine what that virus is going to be like. Like, the reports of the virus are absolutely not fun. Like, what that does to your immune system and stuff. And with as many changes as are happening to the virus, with the mutations that are going on, I am still concerned, even with the vaccine, honestly. Religion provided the early ideological justification for many early governing structures, so that's very likely. Emma says getting the vaccine rollout going is like one of the things my government has done right in the pandemic, so at least there's one thing I can be optimistic about. My parents have both, and I have had the first dose already. How was the symptoms for you, Emma? And congrats on getting the first dose. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, Davi, that a lot of the symptoms and issues that you get, like some of them are going to be lifelong effects. And we don't even know what's going to happen with these new mutations, and that's honestly the thing I'm most concerned about. One, two, three. Blah. One, two, three. And here we'll throw them in the center. And I think that finishes off the front of the ship. There we go. Or the top of the ship, I should say. Part of me is thinking of doing this. Yeah, I think I like that better. And yeah, there we go, because it goes 2, 2, 2, and then we're up here in the front. And then that goes up into that. And there we go. Now if we come in here, throw some more magic lights up so I can actually see what's going on. Thinking of turning these two little alcoves, like I said, into the staircases to go down to the lower deck. With a little separation here being the entrance to like the captain's quarters. Let me take a second to catch up with the comments as soon as I'm done building this line. Because I kind of got distracted with building this. Let's see. Congrats to Emma and Fem. A grade M. I haven't had it, just the parents. I'm a low risk category. Oh, I misread that, Emma. I'm glad that your parents got the first dose at least. David says, if we don't vaccinate people worldwide, we may have to deal with mutations that are immune to the vaccine. Yeah, a lot of the recent things that are coming out from across the globe are showing mutations that are changing the spikes and how they connect into like the spiky part that infects, and it's gonna cause problems because some of the RNA stuff I think is supposed to target that. I'm not 100% on it. And it's also different per vaccine, so I'm not sure what it's going to mean in terms of the mutations, but I don't see anything good coming from it unless we start moving it globally, but we're not going to do that because patents or something, which is ridiculous. The flu vaccine every year is shared amongst the world communities, and for some reason we've come to the conclusion that Moderna and Pfizer and all the rest of them are supposed to have their own individual the RNA-based ones, Zero, do target the spike proteins, and we've seen some mutations of the spikes, which is scary. Most of them I think are still good enough, but if it mutates anymore, we might be in trouble. And so one of the things I know is that with the way the patents are working with Moderna and Pfizer in particular, is because of the way the US governs patents, they're not sharing it with the rest of the world, nor are they being forced to. So unlike the flu vaccine, which we share with everybody, and generally is done because it's understood that if one country gets the flu en masse, that it could spread across the globe and cause a huge influenza problem, we're not doing that with any of the coronavirus stuff. And the more cynical, more conspiratorial side of me believes that Moderna and Pfizer kind of, or at least acknowledges that Moderna and Pfizer end up benefiting from this being a continued issue, where if they have to produce a new vaccine every year, they make money. And if they can eradicate the disease, if the disease gets eradicated, they no longer have the luxury, for their perspective, of making a yearly vaccine like the flu virus vaccine. And there's a part of me that wonders how much that's at play in terms of the way the US is looking at things. Maybe that's me being cynical and a little bit conspiratorial, but it wouldn't put it past, I wouldn't put it past capitalism to create those conditions and to exploit them. Let's see. This is all proving that all construction is just applied math. True, Duke. The authority of monarchs was sanctioned through some version of divine right to rule. One could argue almost everything is an application of math. That is certainly an argument that's made, and a lot of mathematicians, Zero, would very much support your claim, and would actually think that mathematics is probably one of the most important subjects to learn in school, because you can apply it to anything. There's that whole understanding that physics is applied math, and that chemistry is applied physics, and that biology is applied chemistry. They're all tied to one another, honestly. Just looked up Ontario vaccine rollout is 2 months behind Alberta's. That's impressively terrible. Agreed. David, thank you for the kind words about my videos. I'm glad you enjoy them. Also, Cray, it always seems super dark in the buildings in this, and that's one of the few complaints I have about Staxel, honestly. The game engine certainly does favor darkness over light in this regard. It starts when a photon gets emitted by an electron. The vast majority of them come from the sun, so when one is indoors, that often means somebody's blocking many of them. True. What's worse is that more strains of the virus will mutate and get worse. This is why we need a vaccine for everyone. Absolutely, King Cyrus. I completely agree with that sentiment, and I wish we had a global initiative that actually took care of such things and believed in such things. RNA-based vaccines can be very easily used for just about any virus. This is true. They also want to use it for cancer. In practice, intellectual property is often used as a leveraging mechanism for larger companies and is often enforced very selectively. Yeah, I'm very much against intellectual property as well, Duke. The whole concept is... I mean, while we're in capitalism, the terrible thing is sometimes it can protect our ideas from being exploited, even as anarchists. But the whole premise of intellectual property ends up creating a system in which capital can exploit people. IP law is justified by pointing to smaller creators while the huge corporations profit the most. It's like how small businesses are used to justify deregulation. Absolutely, Toots. I completely agree with that sentiment. I'm against most forms of IP. I think trademarks do have value there. In what way would you argue that, David? Where's the center here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is not what I was trying to do. Oh, Sam, welcome. And of course, I hope that reached you well, and I hope things have improved in your situation. Trademarks are often used to identify who made something. You wouldn't, for instance, want an ANCAP making content under the name Anarchist Terra. Yeah, that's fair. Intellectual property hinders progress. For example, if a piece of technology is proprietary, it'll only be improved if the company decides it needs to be better regardless of how well it works or doesn't. No. Let's start here. You're still working on it, Sam? Well, how are you doing otherwise? Also, if you responded to me, Sam, I really haven't checked my messages on Twitter. I've been trying to avoid it a little bit for my own mental health. We should, however, be free to use humanity's intellectual resources for problem solving. I think what it is, David, is more than anything else, the idea of being able to identify ourselves and get credit and share credit for the things that we do is important. You wouldn't want, like you identified, like an ANCAP to take my name and go make profit and money off of it. You also wouldn't want a situation where somebody who has more relative power than someone else in the society ends up taking and stealing the ideas of someone who has less relative power and just running with it and getting all the credit for it. We need to cite our sources and give credit to the people who've done what they've done and the good that they've done. So I'm completely in agreement with you that something akin to an acknowledgement system is going to always be valuable and important, especially within communities and community building. You don't want one person to run away with all the credit while somebody else is doing the work. IP would look radically different in a free society. Absolutely true. It wouldn't be so much, oh, I can't. You know, actually, what is a good example of how IP would look like? The website Know Your Memes. The way that it credits, like, oh, this is the first instance of this meme, and this is the history of the meme, and here's how it's been maneuvered and changed over time. That would be a great understanding of how I would see intellectual property and the usage of new information being attributed to people. You'd acknowledge the history of it and how people have developed it over time, or even something like GitHub that keeps a record of a rolling set of information to talk about how a set of code has developed and who's edited it, and maybe even something like Wiki, where you can have a trace of who edited what. Those are the type of things that I see being kind of the way IP would function or trademark would function in that system, where you're consistently crediting who's done what, as opposed to preventing people from getting access to using certain sets of information. Sam says, I'm not worried about running out for now, but financially it's not sustainable. That's why we're working on the Part D. Yeah, I really hope you get that, honestly. To be honest, that happens now. Just look at one creator saying something that a much smaller creator said and getting all the credit. Yeah, Duke, that happens a lot. I think that in this case, with a global pandemic, that we should all benefit from ending the IP hinders the health for everyone and moving forward. True. No, we hadn't moved on from that, M. So it's more like archiving and recording than owning. That's the way I would see it, Emma. Like, the point isn't so much I own this or I control this idea, but I contributed this particular idea to the community, and thus the community grew with that idea. So it's an acknowledgement of the people who came before you as you develop new ideas, and we'd be able to keep a historical record of that. I feel like that would be a very, very good system to keep track and make sure people are treated respectfully as we move forward. Sam says, I've never had the experience everyone else says that Twitter is the seventh circle of hell. I don't know about my curation over there. To me, it's not even that it's the seventh circle of hell, it's just that certain opinions and perspectives end up getting rallied in ways that are very reductive and harmful. Sorry, Toots. I think Twitter opens itself to a lot of very reductive perspectives and mindsets. And I think that's something that, like, because you're dealing with like 140 characters, you end up getting a lot of people trying to summarize their ideas and perspectives in very short ways that end up missing the mark sometimes, even on their own values and perspectives, and it ends up just becoming a feedback loop. At least that's my experience with it. Oh, and of course, David, please share. Twitter equals bad take machine. Indeed. A good amount of the time, yeah. Even after they doubled the character limit, that's why a lot of people post threads. True, but how many people actually read down the threads? I think character limit is inherently a bad idea. Welcome, Jalix. I hope you are doing well this Sunday. Glad to have you here. the threads kind of make you wonder why the character limit's still only 280. Good slogans are already advantaged over good ideas as it is. I think it just limits discourse, honestly. Is this... How deep should I make this go? The rain looks painful. I think it looks pretty, despite how big the raindrops are. Let's say there's some community that manages to establish an enduring anarchist system over their territory. The rain can be a very beautiful thing, honestly. So I completely feel you, Sam. I also just want to remind people that if I do end up missing your comment and it's something that you want read and heard, just feel free to send it again if I missed it, because I'm trying to keep up with chat while playing, so I don't want to make you feel like you're not being heard. Sometimes I just miss a comment as I'm reading through things. How deep shit do I want this to go? Would the anarchists of that community have to weaponize IP in the global economy to protect themselves from from the capitalist nations and to advance other anarchist movements? I feel like that's deep enough. Or should I go one more? What do you all think? Is this a good depth, or should I go one or two more down for the inside of the ship? Yeah, I'm with Emma. Could you give us an example, David, of your question? Maybe that would help, help me understand why intellectual property would be helpful in that instance. Maybe control over IP would be the necessary leverage in order to get the rest of the world to acknowledge the anarchist polity. Sorry, bear with me. I am trying to figure out how to best design this outside part of the ship. I like that already. I don't want to ruin that. No, I feel like that needs to... I feel like it might be better off if I did something more... Hold on, I want to just change this a little bit. What if I... made this come down like that? Yeah, I should have this taper. Okay, Sam said Twitter increased from 140 to 280 because they decided 140 was too small several years ago. People complained about both the original and the change. Yeah, that's going to happen. I kind of have to say it really depends on the exact details of the situation. I shy away from over-prescriptive solutions since we all have to make things up as we go. Best to adapt to things. That's the thing also, like, it's one thing, like, we're not sure what our best tactics are, and honestly, being open to as many possibilities to both use the tools of the system and to go against the system is something I think we need to keep in mind. Having, you know, a direct prescription of how a revolution's supposed to look when we've never accomplished it seems kind of foolish to me, because we're going to have to do what's best based on what's on the ground in the moment when things happen. As we're building the communities that we're trying to build, I think it's best that we keep an open mind. So that kind of idea, David, is one that we should keep in mind. Maybe that is something that can get us recognition and keep us safe and secure in a world that otherwise wouldn't treat us with respect. Maybe that ends up leading us to fall right back into the same understanding and ends up becoming counter-revolutionary. It would really depend on the material conditions on the ground. We kinda have to fudge it as we're going and do what's best for the community as we move forward. Maybe control over IP would be necessary leverage in order to get the... We have to be adaptive in addressing issues like this. I'm asking questions so that we can develop insight on how to defend what we're building as anarchists. A global economy that's still very capitalist. See, that's the thing also, like, if we were to create an anarchist society, how would we protect ourselves? How would we make sure that while, you know, we're not going to have maybe the global revolution all at once kind of thing. So how would we protect our community? That's a really important question that is going to have to be adapted on the ground. I will be honest, I'm not sure of many situations where IP would be to our benefit unless you're proposing that we have reached a stage where we're developing new tech. The question I would ask is, how is Cuba handling IP in terms of the 5 vaccines they're developing? Because Cuba is developing 5 different vaccines. And I'm not saying like Cuba's an anarchist society or anything like that, but it might be beneficial to learn from another place that's had to interact with dealing with the global capitalist hegemony. Wouldn't they acknowledge them if they needed to interact with them / benefit from them and would act as if they were illegitimate otherwise? I would need a specific example of IP being used for that. True, Emma. They'd probably steal the idea. Global economy is a capitalist thing, but at the same time it really isn't. Trading existed pre-capitalism. That is true. Markets are not exclusive to capitalism, although I still think not having markets at the end of our day would be better. But that doesn't mean you can't eliminate the markets on a microeconomic scale and still have markets on a macro scale. There are ways to theoretically try to create something like that. There's no reason why anarchists couldn't have their own Silicon Valley that was more democratized. True. Something like that could be even beneficial. That said, I am going to quickly run to the bathroom, and then I definitely want to continue this conversation. Because this is very much in the same vein of what I was planning to talk about today with building communities and revolution. So it's a great start to the conversation, and I'm glad we're all having it. are back. Oh, Cray didn't start a revolution this time. I'm disappointed. The issue here is how are we going to... Sorry. I'm joking, Craig. The issue here is how we are going to do resource distribution. Agreed, but we're also ways away from that. As a Duke, I am therefore the natural and God-given choice to be the new leader now that Tara has gone. Duke did the revolution for Cray. Okay, that's what happened. Also, all shall pledge fealty to you, Duke. Nah. I'm good. That's a ridiculous notion. Why would anybody pledge, any sort of loyalty to somebody who just came in and demanded that they be the ruler? It seems like a poor way to govern people. The feudal revolution is nigh. These considerations may help us to manage possible hazards as we're doing the work to move forward. It seems a little like hypothesizing about a hyper-specific situation. I'm a little lost. The only Duke I answer to is Ellington. That's fair. That's valid. What is this, the Liberty Hangout Sunday stream? Do not compare me to Liberty Hangouts, Zero, for everybody's sake. I am not in favor of monarchy. Duke might want to create that, but I don't know, it's not me. Warming up the guillotines, quite fair. I will say this, we need to have a different outlook in how we view technology and democratize it. I completely agree. And the thing I will also say is, even though it's not a perfect model and system, what does Cuba do in regard to this to protect themselves? Because Cuba has a tendency to share, like, their vaccines with most of the nations of the world and stuff like that, and their medical achievements. And I'm genuinely asking, because I'm not 100% sure on what Cuba's policy with all that is. And honestly, I genuinely like to know. They not only share their vaccines, they share their doctors. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do they manage that without getting co-opted? Liberty means nothing to them. It's a buzzword. Cuba uses their scientific expertise as diplomatic leverage. But they don't really share their technological advancements with anybody else, like any of the main powers, do they? I'm not familiar if they do. Like, I've never seen any examples of them trading or giving things away to, like, the US or Russia in this day and age. It is the goodwill and desire to continue being the recipient of that goodwill that prevents other countries from co-opting. I'm under the impression the US embargo means that it's illegal to use Cuban tech. True. I think so. I think that's how that works. Cuba, I think, does it, but it's more about internationalism. Was it Liberty Hangouts that had their private convos leaked with all the Nazi stuff? I know Caitlin Bennett was in it. But most of the rest of the world doesn't acknowledge the US embargo on Cuba, which is good. Okay. Geez, I can barely see this. I'm gonna go sleep this off so I can get daylight, because... our view of tech being under capitalism is not a good thing at all. No, it is not. If you cross the embargo, the US can basically stop your country from using US currency, which means that you cannot transfer money, since it's all done in dollars. And it's all done in dollars because it's tied to oil, because the US dollar is tied to oil. And Basecat has not granted Terra night vision yet. True. Basecat may never grant me night vision. I don't know. Night vision might just be one of those things that Basecat denies me. I think I'm gonna go one more down. And I think that's a good level to stop at. Which means I can do this. hate how there's so many amazing potential applications for the tech, but it ends up being used to make ad bots, better ad bots instead. True. The ad bots are infuriating. We have so much technology that's available that if it was actually available to the public and all the patents were made available and everybody could use things, we would probably improve our tech as a society so much more. But we're so invested rather in the idea that you have to be able to make money off of this stuff, or else it's not worthwhile. But I don't feel like anybody really thinks that way, except for people who are in these corporate positions and trying to make money. Even the people who work for the corporations just want, a good number of the workers in the companies who end up producing these things. Some of them may want good lifestyles for themselves, but who doesn't want that, right? And the way they function within companies is this bizarre communistic way anyway, where it's like within companies and within licensing agreements and within contracts, you're allowed to use each other's tech. And the thing is most coding is based around the idea of being able to share certain components and parts of code to create new things. There's a reason why there's a C++ and Java library, and we're not just writing from scratch every single time. Because if we didn't develop and create some sort of common source code and language, and develop that out of the more basic assembly languages, and make that public use, we'd actually be worse off for it. So there's even an understanding within our current system that some of it has to be public domain of some kind. Where the Global South can regulate. We need a technology that actually benefits not just the Global North, but the Global South as well, where the Global South can regulate its own resources on their terms. That's absolutely true, at least in the short term. AI tech that's not just developed by a whole bunch of white guys. Yeah, King Cyrus, I'm completely with you on that. One of the issues that we're having is as we're looking at the way the internet and tech develop and AI is developed, it's starting to mimic the patterns of a lot of the racism and sexism and homophobia in society. When we start to apply AI programs, they're able to mimic what we put out there. And there's been several articles on this talking about the ways that as we develop artificial intelligence, we will start to see things like racism get thrown right in our face, sexism get thrown right in our face, because of who's producing it, to be honest. It creates what's being put into it. And when you have a lot of mostly white, cis, straight men putting their ideas into these programs, you're getting back artificial intelligences who machine learn not just what the culture's putting in, but what the original programmers put in. And so it's creating a perspective that's furthering those perspectives. If we could shift the ideological commitments to technologists, it would be a big triumph for us. Many people in Silicon Valley are interested in building a better future, so I think they would be more receptive to anarchism than the general population. You say that, David, and then I'm reminded of all of the Elon Musk followers who are ready to just go into serfdom on the moon and enter into feudalism under the Musk Corporation. And I'm kind of frightened by that possibility. It is less than the ideology. Many are very idealistic. It's about the incentives and what they can get paid to do. We have to see tech in a way that benefits everyone. We have to think like Tesla. Tesla was an absolute genius, and I am so frustrated looking back at the history and knowing what Edison did to him. The issue is a lot of the anarchist-leaning tech bros is that they're being successfully courted by ANCAPs. That's exactly what I was getting at, Duke. You're absolutely right. The ANCAP perspective is definitely a strong one in the tech world, and more people will follow the Musk philosophy rather than an anarchist one. And I don't know how to start converting some of them over, especially with some of the incentives that power and money bring. I'll say it, I've said it before, I'll say it again, money gives you brain worms. Money does give you brain worms. And brain worms are bad. I don't think we want brain worms. Can we have an anti-brain worm movement? What if we just call socialism not brain worms? Tesla actually wanted a world where everyone would have free electrical power. It didn't matter where you were, light would be for everyone. That was actually the principle behind it. The implications of a Tesla coil were that he wanted to develop... I mean, we do this in terms of charging right now. A lot of devices actually charge themselves this way, where you can have electrical current flow through a coiled piece of metal that wraps around the base, and you can actually transfer electricity up the coil and create electricity and power things. He wanted to create giant Tesla coils that would basically function on a societal level where anyone could tap into this giant electrical grid that would spread through the Tesla coils as they were developed, and that it would go through the air. And I don't know the feasibility of something like that. I don't think he fully grasped that, but that was exactly what he envisioned. The idea that we'd have free electrical capabilities for everyone. In a lot of ways, it's very similar to the idea of Wi-Fi, but on an electric scale. Or in electric currents. The idea that it would flow through the air freely and people would be able to use it. And there's no reason we couldn't do something like that with Wi-Fi either, to be honest, but... I mean, there is capitalism and people wanting to make profit off of it, but... honestly, it would be very much in Tesla's vision for something like Wi-Fi to be given away freely in that regard. I feel like this is getting similar to the conversation we had last week. Oh, it's not surprising whenever we're talking about, like David said, whenever we're talking about the praxis of anarchism and what is acceptable and what's not, we're going to enter into these very similar conversations. Is this something that can feasibly be made into something that works for our movement, or is it going to be counter-revolutionary inherently? And that's a great segue, Duke, honestly. What can we start doing now with all the theory out there to start making our communities form? And one of the things that I've been trying to think about is how it is we can start to develop an understanding on a local level, or even in an online space, to create the idea of community and develop it. Because I don't think we can have anarchism, in my opinion, without some sort of communal understanding. I know individualist anarchists would have their own variation and perspective of coming to these very similar terms, but I tend to believe that we need community as part of our, well, first and foremost, part of our understanding of how to build a society. So how do we start to create the communities that we want to see form? How do we talk about developing dual power structures and making things happen in the here and now? And I want to throw it all out there that I welcome any perspectives that you all might have at creating something like that. If we start targeting younger generations more aggressively, the next generation of technologists and scientists may be inoculated against liberalism and ANCAPism. One of the ways we can change our communities is that we need to have a communal understanding of society while still maintaining the aspect of individualism, not in the way we've operated individualism. I have legit seen the argument, and I don't understand it, to be honest. I've legit seen the argument that community is essentially government. And I think we need to get rid of that concept because, no. Having a community, by definition, does not make it a government. Community is the people that we live with, that we create understandings with. That doesn't mean it's government. Merchants, welcome. How are you doing this Sunday? Yeah, we need to understand that our community is not a government. I'm doing quite well. I'm very much enjoying this conversation. We're talking about how to potentially start the process of creating a society with dual power systems. Where is the line where we start? And I think we're onto something with the idea that we need to start rethinking the idea of individualism and start learning to have the conversations with people about how to influence their communities. I think one of the issues we run into a lot of times is the idea that the state can fix everything for us and we need to constantly ask permission to get things done. And we don't. You know, we might need something like electoralism to improve certain conditions in the way that laws have imposed restrictions on people. We might need that for money and financial backing to help with that aspect. But in terms of, you know, building like care collectives where we take care of each other's children, in terms of developing mutual aid where we have giant, cookouts with each other, and we start to get to know our neighbors and come to consensus and ideas for what we need together, and realize the collective power of bargaining when we have a group of people. I think those are great areas to start the conversation. If you had, say, an entire group of people in an apartment building come together, and after the coronavirus is more under control, if it ever does get under control, and we start to have more community events, more building-like events. If you live in an apartment building, start having conversations with your neighbors, start developing systems where instead of throwing out things that are perfectly usable, you put it in a community area for the building. I think that is the first sets of getting to know each other and working towards something that breaks us out of that individualistic mode where we constantly have to ask permission to get things done instead of just doing it ourselves. I don't know if that makes sense to you all, but what do you think about those ideas as like a starting point? Is government always the same as the state? I've heard yes and no. I think in the modern world it certainly has become one and the same. I'm sure there was a time period where one could argue that it wasn't. That's not a bad is not a bad idea. Yeah, I think that we have to start getting ourselves in communication with our neighbors and start developing that kind of system. Because otherwise, I don't know if we're going to be able to get ourselves out of this mindset where we're stuck as individuals. I guess the reason I ask, because I'm not sure how to think about that when people are discussing contributions made by people who positioned our influence through capitalist means. Anything that involves organizing people as a structure of governance? I don't know if I agree with that, David. I don't think that a community of people getting together and collectively making decisions is necessarily a government. I think you can have an understanding of people beneficially coming together and forming community without calling it such. Is anarchy a structure of governance? A nation-state is a structure of governance. It's just that some structures of governance are better than others. I need to get some light down here. There we go. That's a good start. We need to take a look at societies. Oh, right, I read that. Also, we have to reimagine the concept of geopolitical structures itself, to be honest, and end the concept of domination. Micro level, it means ending patriarchy. It's going to mean ending patriarchy at the very least, and I think patriarchy is probably going to be one of the hardest ones to get rid of. Because that has been forever in terms of, like, recent human history. I'm not saying it's, like, inevitable and that we'll never get out of it or anything like that, but it's just going to be one of those things that, well, honestly, is just going to take a lot of reprogramming of how we understand ourselves and understand how we structure communities and family. Just start thinking of the people that we form community with as family members, rather than as other people to exploit. And the idea of a nuclear family. We're going to have to move beyond that concept on some level. And it's been done before, so it's not like it's impossible. How do power relationships and power dynamics need to change? Well, I think a lot of it comes down to the position of possessions. What is mine? What is the value in owning something? I think starting there is a really good question, right? Like, what are the things that are mine? What are the things that are personal property versus what are the things that belong to the community? Do I need to have multiple, homes? Do I need to have these things? What is enough? The nuclear family is an invention of the real estate industry. I'd argue that the nuclear family is actually an extension of monarchy. Maybe we should be looking at societies that don't have all these oppressive systems and work from there. Well, here's the thing. There are societies historically that existed in such a way. I don't know if there are still many that have managed to escape the claws of Eurocentric capitalism. And in a lot of cases, the histories of certain groups of people have either been co-opted or completely destroyed by the Eurocentric genocides. But I believe that is a good place to start looking. They have co-opted or changed or forced to change. Great examples are many of the tribes in Africa. I mean, I'd also include a lot of the indigenous nations in the Americas. A lot of the different Aboriginal peoples across the globe as well. And I'd even argue that some of the ways peasant communities in Europe formed as well are great examples to try to start with, even if a lot of that history has been co-opted. I like the way Akalan writes about patriarchy and sexism in relationship to the state, even if I don't agree with everything he says. I have to start reading Akalan, because I've heard some good things. I'm inclined to believe that that's part of it. Graeber's actually made certain commentary that kind of mimics that idea that patriarchy is tied to the way civilization has formed and functioned. In Debt, I think David Graeber really outlined a lot of that. Speaking of Eurocentric genocides, will you ever do a video about the US applied eugenics in Puerto Rico? Yes. The short answer to that is yes. The long answer is, when can I get the time to, one, emotionally, and two, physically, get into the headspace where I can cover that to the full extent where I feel satisfied covering that. And I feel like I've actually done it justice. That is the bigger issue. And I think that's something that happens with a lot of the stuff I want to cover on this channel, because I don't want to half-ass something as important to me as those topics. At the same time, I want to actually make the content and get it out, and finding the emotional energy and the time to do that, to formulate those ideas, is part of the issue I'm having. But yes, I do want to cover that particular topic. I also want to spend some time talking about Vieques in particular. I've been crowing about Akalan since they started following you, and you still haven't checked him out. Yeah, I know, Duke. Do you have any of his writings that you specifically recommend? I can prioritize reading them. I really should. It's pronounced like Urchalan or something similar, but yeah, Graeber praised Urchalan constantly. Um, Thank you for the correction and pronunciation. I am definitely not proficient in pronouncing everything. Thank you, David. Honestly, these topics that I cover on my channel, and even just the ones that I don't get the chance to for reasons, I take all of this extremely seriously. Like, at the end of the day, you know, it's a balancing act because you want to get content out, you want to create the information and get it out there, but you don't want to leave it in a place where it's one, fragile to the point where it's just completely destroyed in terms of arguments, but also two, where it doesn't end up doing a service to the cause and ideas that you're trying to represent. But at the end of the day, you need to figure out when it's just good enough, right? Like, when is good enough good enough? When is it best to just get the content out, even if it's not 100% perfect? And knowing that you're not going to satisfy everyone. The merchant says, agreed, the serious tone of this channel's content to me shows respect for how serious the issues are. I am really grateful that that comes out, and that that's something that you all appreciate. Because, like, at the end of the day, these are very serious topics that we're covering. And I'm glad you all take it seriously, and I'm glad I can provide it in as serious a way as possible, while still leaving it digestible. Because that's the other thing, like, I don't want to delve into an hour-long conversation about these things, and sometimes you gotta break these things down into 20-minute to half-hour segments where it's digestible enough, because not everyone's going to have the time to sit down and watch an hour-long video. Oh yeah, comedic content's great. Sam is great for that. Their content is fantastic. And sometimes you gotta laugh at it all, too. I'm just not as funny as Sam, honestly. Diversity of tactics. Sometimes you've got the comedy, and sometimes you've got the tragedy, and sometimes the comedy is tragedy. Comedy, like all things, does have its place. And I can't emphasize enough how funny Hooligan Sam's content is. Their work is absolutely great. Theatrics and our comedy seems to get big numbers, but I wish there were more channels like yours that hit it big. You know, part of it is, again, I think it comes down to digestibility, Emma. There's only so much you can listen to. David, it's Hooligan, the Sam's channel. They came by earlier. If you go up in chat, you can find their name. Or if anyone wants to type it out for David so that we can mutual aid it up, as it were. I highly recommend Sam's work. They are someone who also puts in a lot of effort. Like, their videos take a long time to make, and it's like 40 minutes of pure comedy gold. But also covering the issues very seriously. That's the thing also, Emma. I'm not one who wants to create drama or wants to get into theatrics. I don't want to make it about the individuals involved. To me, it's about the movement. It's about creating the ideas and space to have these conversations. I'd rather there be hundreds of channels. I'd rather there be hundreds of voices. I'd rather we be turning this into a conversation that doesn't seem or feel like it's all about, these big personalities or demagoguery. And I've seen plenty of instances of demagoguery. Oh, careful, merchants. Apparently, there are people out there who don't like when Debate Bro is used in quite that way. I'm being sarcastic. In case that wasn't obvious. Emma says, in regards to accessibility, I find your stuff cathartic because the tone reflects how I feel about what's happening. I just thought there would be more people like that. Same. I honestly wish there were more people covering it, because you know what, as much as I cover, I can't cover everything. There's so much out there. I mean, I'm not saying names. I'm really not, David. Not even that name. I still think he does good work in terms of the larger scale of things. Even if there are flaws within communities and perspectives, and even in spaces like that. This is not a specific target at any specific names, even those that might be mentioned in chat. And I genuinely mean that. It's just not worth the fighting over that. And people can be problematic and still do good work. It's the gray area, we're not always going to be perfect with stuff like that. And Cray, I missed your thing. All who disagree on some stuff, yeah, and that's the thing also, even if we disagree slightly on things, I want to hear the 100 different perspectives that are out there. I might cover one topic, and somebody might see an aspect of it that I missed, and might be able to bring it more into focus in a different regard, or a different way that maybe I'm not able to see, either because of my own biases, my own understandings of the world, or maybe just revealing a component that I completely missed, or maybe one that I didn't focus on because that wasn't the particular intent and focus of that particular video. I might cover a specific topic from how it's drawn into the class debate, and someone else might see the same thing and draw it from a gender perspective or from a race perspective. And there might be other videos that I cover from, say, a race perspective or gender perspective that other people cover from a more purely class analysis, or any combination thereof. And we are all addressing the specific needs of these movements. People get too caught up in YouTube drama over civic engagement all too often. I mean, I want to see more people engage. I want to see more people, spread their ideas and voice. And I think we can be critical of each other in a way that isn't necessarily vicious, if I can put it that way, where we can say, like, hey, you're missing this aspect of your analysis. Hey, you have growth to do. Hey, we can all explore new understandings of things. Like, we're all part of this capitalist, patriarchal, racist system of like society. We're all gonna have our spots where we miss something. And we're all people. Like, we're not going to be perfect, but at the same time, we should strive to get better and listen to each other. And it's a rough balancing act. Duke said personalities don't matter. All that matters in the end is the ideas and praxis. And that's what I try to go by with this space. Because honestly, like, I don't have time to, deal with a personality in that regard. I'm trying to create community. I'm trying to be a part of a community. And in a lot of ways, I want my videos to be taken as invitations to a dialogue. And M asking the good questions as always. If we only look at theory, how would we ensure that certain groups don't become or stay invisible? I think that's part of the praxis from my understanding, M. And I don't think we need to speak in universalities. In a lot of ways, we know for a fact that white Eurocentric perspectives are going to be prioritized. And we need to decolonize a lot of our movements, and even our theory and praxis. Get more voices out there. And I think there's a difference between, for example, colorblindness, the idea that we're all just universal and that, everything's fine, versus the understanding that we all have our unique perspectives. There's a difference between acknowledging all those different voices and a type of colorblindness. David says the way we get around that M is involving these marginalized groups in building the discussions of theory and building of praxis. I agree. And I think having the perspectives of more people of color heard, it doesn't just need to be Bakunin and well, honestly, Berkman, Marx, Engels. We can start listening to a lot more people of color voices. Like, I want to see more Huey Newton in our theory. I want to see voices like that being read. Even if we as anarchists may not agree 100% with those ideas, there's something to be said. We need more women speaking up. We need more trans voices speaking up on what a revolutionary society might look like for trans people. What is the ideal and goal for that? I want to see more voices speak up from their unique perspectives at what the revolution needs to include for them. And I want to see that growth in us as a community, where our spaces aren't constantly mimicking the oppression that we're trying to grow from. Because far too often I see that, where anarchist spaces are mostly white men gathering. And I have definitely heard people of color refer to Marxist theory and, you know, revolutionary perspectives as white people shit. Like, how do we get past that? How do we make these spaces inclusive and make voices heard when we're talking about what it is people need? Frank Fernandez from Cuba, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Bhagat Singh from India need more respect from the West. I am familiar with Fernandez, and I completely agree. I'm actually not familiar with Singh, so that is one I'm going to have to look up. I think we need more decolonized anarchist voices to be propped up in our communities. See, you all are contributing something I have no idea about. Like, we all have room to just keep growing and learning. The Indian War of Independence. Oh, yeah, definitely shout out the Indigenous Anarchist Federation. They are great. Their Twitter is also filled with a lot of good information. Like, they tend to post a lot of good stuff there. That's not even a bad idea, Duke, honestly. I highly recommend them. And the other thing is we're all allies in this movement, and I think we need to remember that. Even if we're flawed, even if we're, you know, not perfect about things, as long as we're trying to create these ways and societies, I think we need to remember that the workers of this world, the people who are in these positions, are trying actively to create a better world. What did I do wrong here? Oh, I see what I did differently here. I forgot to put the indentation on this side. That's what I did. Okay, I can fix that easily. Well, I mean, David, that happens everywhere. Our current structures and systems always co-opt the perspectives of the people who speak out against the system. Just look in the US at how Martin Luther King is examined, for example. Like, there's definitely a whitewashed history of Martin Luther King, when the guy was pretty much a socialist. And he's quoted and used so often, even by right-wingers today. So it's not surprising that anarchists in different places are appropriated. Sadly. Sadly, honestly. Well, Cray, I hope you enjoy your dinner. Thanks for coming out. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Easter Sunday. Hated by white conservatives when he was alive, revered and quoted now that he's dead. Yeah, and what we hear is how, oh, you should be more like MLK. You should do things like MLK did. He wasn't violent, you know, like these protesters today. But... were the protesters today actually violent? Or then actually violent? You know? It's a whole to-do about that. MLK said, I am much more socialistic in my economic theory than capitalistic. Capitalism has outlived its usefulness. It's because he's been recuperated and his ideas can't hurt them anymore. Yeah, and they'll use his ideas to silence a movement like BLM. That's the thing that's ignored. Well, I mean, to be fair, Duke, when you say that a riot is the language of the unheard, it's not that King wanted riots. And the truth is, nobody wants anything of that sort to happen. But I think he was identifying a thing where if people are silenced long enough, they will respond in a certain way. Because what else do they have to lose? What else do they have but to do do specific actions? In a system where a person is not given any voice, how do you raise a voice? And that's what it really comes down to. But they'll take certain bits of his language and his non-violent language, and they twist it to say, oh, everything needs to be non-violent, and if you're being violent, you're a problem. No. That's missing the entire point. That's missing the entire point of that quote you just put out there, Duke. And we co-opt these historical figures and move them into these safe spaces. We create these very safe, statuesque pictures of these former enemies of the state. Trash Boy, welcome. How are you doing this Sunday? Yeah, the Black Panthers were definitely, definitely socialist. A lot of them had a very black nationalist, Marxist perspective on their philosophy. Um, the area that I would more or less critique within their movement more than anything else is the hierarchy of their positions. But even then, I'd still argue that the Black Panthers are a group that is worth analyzing and speaking about. I think the Black Panthers, um, the Latin Kings, the Young Lords are all groups that we should be examining and looking at in terms of how we create a better society and work within our systems. Oh, that needs to be said. What is your opinion on ethnic nationalism such as black nationalism? So, as Duke said, black nationalism is an entirely different thing from white nationalism, and it needs to be taken as such. There are anarchists that have come out and even supported this idea that having a nationality does not necessarily make one not anarchist. That you can accept the idea that in a society that is racist, for example, that the idea of black nationality and forming a space in which black people can thrive and come together is important, even in an anarchist society, that you can have an anarchist black nationalism, and that is not contradictory. Trash Boy, I don't agree with you that all nationalism is bad. I think that you can have forms of nationalism that are about keeping together historical groups of ethnicities, of cultures, of identities, of shared experiences that are not necessarily tied to what would be, say, an ethnostate or the creation of a purely ethnic group. You can have a space that is Afrocentric, for example, but is not an ethnostate. Vietnam's nationalism was a good thing, I think. In what way, merchants? And I agree with you, Duke. An anarchist nationalism can be separate from a nationalism as a state worship. Black and Latin nationalism have been established against racial and colonial hierarchies. Exactly, and they've come out against a lot of the white supremacist components of the states that we have in existence and the Eurocentrism that we see. And one thing that you will always see in things like black nationalism or Latin nationalism is an understanding that it's not about like preserving the uniqueness of the race or anything like that. Like there's not that notion like I've seen in when you have white nationalism where it's like you need to be pure white and you need to have this. It's more about the viewpoints and understandings and perspectives. There are very few instances that I've ever seen, if I've ever even seen it, where white people have not been invited into a black nationalist space as long as they are respectful to the understandings of the attempt to decolonize their experience. I agree with you, Zero. Black nationalism is more of a fight for identity and to be seen as valid. And I don't think anyone has the right, for example, to say to certain Indigenous American groups that we should have this unified understanding of, say, anarchism when their own spaces include a history and culture and identity that is separate and unique, that they should be allowed to foster their own national understanding of their culture and identity. That is perfectly reasonable. I think there's absolutely a difference between nationalism and an ethnic state. And I think there's a number of people who confuse that and mix that up because of the concept of white nationalism being so essentially tied to the ethno state. Merchant says, I think Vietnamese nationalism developed by Ho Chi Minh was specifically focused on uniting the country to push back against US and Japanese imperialism along with Chinese interference. You're forgetting French interference and imperialism, but yeah, I'd agree with that sentiment. Vietnamese nationalism under Ho Chi Minh was based. I don't know if the Vietnamese government, as it's moved forward, has definitely has followed Ho Chi Minh's beliefs 100%. But I also think certain understandings of Ho Chi Minh as the way he's respected and is viewed within the community is necessarily understood by a lot of Westerners. There is a history in Vietnam that is based around certain forms of ancestral worship. And worship might even be the wrong word because I'm also coming at it with a biased perspective. But certainly an ancestral focus. And the way they venerate Ho Chi Minh is one that I don't think gets understood properly by the West. But I do think that some of the direction that the Vietnamese government has gone in since Ho Chi Minh's passing and since the revolution has occurred may not be 100% what I would like to see in a society, but I have to respect any country that has managed to avoid US, Japanese, Chinese, and French imperialism. Hi, Ecuador. Welcome. The Ballad of Ho Chi Minh by Iwan Makol? What is that? Also, how is your Sunday and how are you doing? And while everybody continues having a conversation, I am going to quickly use the bathroom one more time. Thank you all for your patience. Self-care is important. What did I miss? David had asked, do you ever watch Democracy Now? Occasionally. A song about Ho Chi Minh tells you all you need to know. It's really catchy and supportive. I got a little place to criticize Vietnam from my position. They've done a lot against the immense odds, and I think they deserve the space to do it how they want to do it. We should not let Duke force us into feudalism this time. Is anyone starting the revolution, or is that once per stream? Usually there's only one break per stream. These are unprecedented times. I think Luna Oi is a propagandist, though she lied about Vietnam before. Let us all have a moment of silence in the gratitude to Base Cat. True. I will liberate this room from her tyranny. Taco night should be Thursday, not Tuesday. Congratulations, you've reached 1K, sister. Thank you, Trash Boy. Yeah, it's been a journey for sure, and I'm glad to have made it there. Luna Oi openly admits she's a propagandist. That's why I can't trust her. The funniest one was when she showed us her poverty kitchen and then made a weird salad and told us. I like her dad's name. I actually don't know what you're referring to. Most leftist or right content is propaganda, though whether people admit it or not, propaganda is basically just biased content geared to push a narrative. I mean, that's true, yeah. Let's do this then. One of the main anchors on Democracy Now!, Juan Gonzalez, was a founding member of the New York City branch of the Young Lords. I did not know that. Thank you for that information. I actually did not know that. A lot of people view propaganda as being whether you're willing to lie or not. I could see that. That's certainly one understanding of propaganda. I think anyone in favor of ML communism is going to be inherently state-based in their support, though. I mean, that's kind of the ML perspective and go-to. Here's the thing, Trash Boy. I'd argue that there are a number of MLs who do not fit the description of what is often called a tanky, and are. Honestly, it's more the idea of like a Stalinist, rather than an ML even, who usually has been historically given that term. And it's people who have such a devotion to the state as an understanding that it ends up kind of what's the word for it? That it ends up making excuses for the atrocities that certain states can commit to. Okay. Sorry if you already knew that. I didn't mean to like explain it if you already got it, but just putting it out there. I tend to try to think the best of MLs in their philosophies and MLMs, because I think they're coming at it in good faith and genuinely believe that it's the best way to achieve certain ends. Even if I do have a disagreement in philosophy. Not being able to criticize a state entails that state means the state can become totalitarian. I don't like anyone. Humanity is a bunch of no different other than survival strategy rather than grow from this. All governments eventually reduce themselves to a totalitarian state. Yep, there's definitely an understanding there, especially when existing in capitalist states. Let's see. I want to clip that right there. And I think I want to clip that there. And that. And clip that. Do it at the bottom as well to make it kind of Some of the tankies I was talking about were the type that defend Chinese imperialism or North Korean authoritarianism. Yet not my jam, honestly. Not about that life. Seems like I missed a lot when I was doing yard work. Yes, you actually did miss quite a bit. We've been having a very good conversation, Jay, and I welcome you back. I need more light in here. I've heard Destiny, but haven't ever seen the channel, to be honest. They usually justify it by saying it's a response to capitalism. MLs like Luna do criticize the state, though she's critical of the Vietnamese government. I'm not sure about MLs. It seems like they have to believe in a benevolent state to some extent, and that seems to lead to them to be tankies quite frequently. I think the ML perspective, which often does lead to state capitalism. I mean, there's a reason I'm an anarchist. I don't tend to agree with ML philosophy in that regard. I think one of the understandings is that the only way that we are going to create a society that gets rid of the biases of capitalism is by having some sort of state that will regulate how people will start to form community and how we can distribute goods and services and how we can distribute like food to people and everything else. Again, Emma, being an anarchist, I don't agree with that. I do think that theoretically a purely democratic form of an ML society is one that could be interesting to examine, even though that hasn't actually formed, where if the society was a direct democracy, but had some sort of state system. But again, that's not happened, so I don't know how that would form. But for me, democracy is kind of the line that I want to see. I am all in favor of a lot of these state capitalist societies who have social democratic institutions that basically... Not social democratic institutions, what am I saying? They may be authoritarian, but they have certain social safety nets in place that help people and are generally more beneficial than a lot of the other forms of capitalism, even if there is a state worship. And I think there's something to be said about that. That on some level there is a social care that's provided, and we shouldn't just throw that completely out. But obviously, as an anarchist, I don't want to go in that direction. I think we can do better. But it's like, if you believe that's the goal of a state, you might be inclined to not believe they're acting like states do, hence tankies. Agreed, Emma. What else do we have here? It was a big people... The tankies' response to capitalism is state capitalism. Jesus, self-living fascist and everything. I do believe Destiny is Cubano. still totally would have gone to Cuba before the revolution if I was already in the US Mafia. Why distribute rather than promote individual self-sufficiency? I actually don't think we should do either that type of distribution necessarily, or, like, what do you mean by individual self-sufficiency? Do you think that an individual can survive without a community? Because I would want to see communal distribution and exploration of communal models, rather than individual self-sufficiency. I am by no means an individualist in that regard. I don't think individuals can create the type of societies that we're trying to create. Individuals as members of a group, for sure. But I think that we rely on the history of people who came before us, and we have people who come after us, and people who exist with us. I completely disagree with you, Ecuador. I don't think that's how people lived for thousands of years. People formed close-knit societies and formed in communal groups where they all planted together, where they all went out and harvested together, where they all went out and shaped the land together. I think individual self-sufficiency is a myth of the modern system. And if anyone wants to try it, I'm not going to stop them. Like, that's beyond the scope of my anarchism. If you think you can do it and manage it, fine. But, like, I think we've always been social creatures, and we've always relied on that kind of thing. Duke says, I think the only way to bring about an anarchist society is from the bottom up through mutual aid and localities taking political and economic control for themselves. I'm inclined to agree with you, Duke, there. No post-apocalyptic aliens. The free territories of Ukrainian could have been a successful anarchist society, but they were taken over by the Soviet Union. Yeah. I don't know what to add to that, honestly, Trash Boy. We need to re-implement Native American slash and burn technology to create whole continents that produce food. There's evidence that this was done in the Amazon, if not why the Amazon exists. I think that's a simplistic understanding, but I'm more or less on board with the understanding that you're going with there. We need to create systems where a lot of the work is done for us, and we're living in an environment where the amount of work is reduced both by technological and by using and moving nature. Wait, what happened, Ecuador? I'm saying your understanding was simplistic, not that native technology was simplistic. I'm saying that your understanding of that is kind of a simplistic understanding that it's just slash and burn. There was a lot more to it, including a whole series of planting and understanding and cultural aspects that I feel like you didn't include in that. Yeah, Duke, that's exactly what I was saying. Thank you for the explanation. It's an oversimplification of the process. Okay, Ecuador. Then I'll take your word at it. I mean, if you want to take me at my at the worst interpretation, that's fine. I'm not trying to sound smarter than anybody else. Okay, well, if you feel that way, I apologize if I made you feel that way. Perhaps you could also explain further what you meant then. I like the snow in the game too. It's really pretty. Also, thank you again, merchants, for the wonderful wish at 1,000 subscribers. And thank you again, Duke, with that. I appreciate it. Slash and burn technology involves burning down existing sections of forest over a course of years while replanting the local plants you want to have to eat. Eventually, you form a food forest. I mean, that's certainly an aspect of things, yeah. That's important, and I think that's something we should go for. I agree with you on that. I think there's more to it, but certainly that's a part of things. Duke says, I'm curious if you are familiar with permaculture. I had asked because there are a lot of cool stuff in that regard. Emma says, seems like this guy had to learn a lot from other people in order to acquire his skills and materials. Ecuador says, I already said yes, permaculture still involves farming in the sense you remove what's there and use architecture to create a farm. With slash and burn, you just organize what's already around. David says, if anyone's interested in how our relationship with nature should affect the politics of anarchism, I would highly recommend looking at the works of Murray Bookchin. I will definitely have to give Murray Bookchin a look. I think that there's a love the hostility. Okay, Ecuador, I don't think anyone's trying to be hostile towards you. It's pretty obvious that society and community is pretty important, even if you intend to live self-sufficiently. Being a hermit makes it less likely that one will learn from others. Not impossible, but far harder to learn something like welding on your own. Because we have a limited capacity of time, I'd argue, honestly. There's only so much we're able to do. Having different people be able to apply different sets of skills would allow for more things to happen in different ways. Any group that has a problem with someone... I mean, I'm perfectly in favor of anyone living on their own if they think they can do so and want to do so. I've said that already. So, if that's what you'd like from your existence, then that's fine. I think it would be very difficult to do. For sure. It's not something I would want to do. Teaching is definitely a valuable skill, merchants. I think that as long as we're in communities, like, teaching is going to be one of those things that is able to help us get to the next, you know, pass information from one generation to the next without having to reinvent the wheel over and over again. I mean, I do believe that a society is necessary and good, personally. If you don't want a society, nobody's stopping you from going without one. I mean, any society that I'd want to be a part of, Ecuador wouldn't want to kill you, so... Yeah, like, we can agree to disagree on things. I'm gonna have to just disagree with you on that. That's not what groupthink means. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. It's not because you disagree, it's... I mean, I do have a, Thank you, Duke. I'm thinking of just, I'm thinking of putting in windows on the sides there. I'm gonna put the wheel up here. And I think I'm gonna copy some of the aspects of what was on the Galaxy Island, if you remember that spot. So let me go show that off. I'll show you the full map in a few merchants. So, what I'm thinking is possibly putting in some bookshelves like these, as well as like a table in the captain's quarters, and kind of separate things out. Put like a cargo hold in the main area. I need to get the masts on the ship also. But yeah, there's the map of everything. The ship is coming along nice, I think. I gotta figure out how I want to do the front. And And I definitely got to start formulating the bottom down here. Seeing an alien before I die would be completely awesome, and as long as they're not pointing a barrel of a gun down our throat. There is always that fear for me. Where is my shovel? I'm gonna get rid of the cloud things to clear up the space there. I mean, there's a perspective that there has to be, like, a certain amount of aliens just based on the mathematical size of our universe. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for coming out. I certainly appreciate it. Ganglement? Is that how you pronounce your name? Welcome. If I messed that up in any way, please do let me know. Have I watched the YouTube video about Animal Crossing and Japanese anarchism? I have not. Would you mind posting a link to that? And if not, if anybody can transport that into the Discord, that sounds absolutely fantastic. It's Danish. Sir, how would you pronounce that? If you don't mind teaching me. I would very much appreciate it. Yeah, Japanese anarchism sounds really intriguing. Like, I know nothing about any Japanese perspectives on anarchism. There is a chance that aliens near us all died before us. That's true, but mathematically, there's probably a good chance that that some alien exists somewhere in the universe. Also, welcome, Rose. Happy to have you here. How is your Sunday going? How did I do the other side? I want to make sure it's kind of symmetrical. Oh, I missed this right here. That's true, Trash Boy. The idea that we don't know is kind of fascinating. An alien elephant would be really cool. Do you think it would have the same features as an elephant? Like, because there is actually a thing where in our society, in our world, I should say, in our world, there's been some sort of understanding that features that are associated with crabs have formulated themselves like 6 different times. I think it was. Everything does evolve into crab. Crab is the highest point of evolution. It would have 4 butts instead of legs. You're a crab supremacist? I think that's a... That's funny. What is everything evolving into crabs? Basically there's a bunch of creatures on this planet who have developed into crabs. And it's actually this weird, fascinating evolutionary thing where a lot of the features of crabs have developed multiple times, independent of each other in terms of species evolving. And I think it's like 6 different times it's happened. Maybe the world of Splatoon was onto something. Does Splatoon have a lot of crabs? Once we have sufficient tech to turn into cyborgs, humans will likely be crab-like as well, with our squishy brains in the middle. This is true. It has squids as the dominant species. You wonder if crab humans will taste good with butter. Would that be cannibalism? Lobster humans. My mic isn't coming through for you, David? Is anyone else having trouble hearing me? Oh yeah, I totally... Did I space out for a second? Okay. Space, the final frontier, indeed. I wasn't spaced out. I'm getting mixed messages on whether or not I was spaced out. I might have been spaced out talking about the aliens. I do enjoy the block placing sound, honestly. Oh, you put some details about the Animal Crossing video. Let me get back into the comments super quick. Let me see what you said. Because I must have missed that. The title of the video is Your Island is a Commune. Channel is called Nowhere Task. Was recommended by Zoe Baker. That's how I found it. It's very good. I will definitely have to check it out. Can somebody do me the favor of just popping that in the Discord so I can check it out later? Zero, I appreciate it. Thank you. Someone created a flag with the quote. Yeah, for real. Thank you for that cool recommendation. There we go. David, thank you for that. I will definitely have to check those out. You're all giving me a lot of stuff to check out. Yeah, that's the thing. There's so much to learn and never enough time to do it. But I am genuinely grateful for the recommendations. Might take me a bit to get into everything and get it all done. But I feel like that's one of the wonders of our reality, right? Like there's so much that we can keep learning and growing from. I'm a efficient boat builder. I mean, it helps when you can fly if you're trying to make a flying ship. It certainly makes things a little bit easier. Because if we didn't have flight in this game, I don't think this would have happened quite as easily. This is when I had the one. Learning is one of life's greatest pleasures. Do pace yourself, though. For sure. Do you want to know something I realized recently? What did you realize recently, David? There we go. We've got the back part of the ship built. Though I am going to take off the corners here to kind of create that effect. And then I want to round the bottom. I just realized that if you really think about it, The Jetsons takes place in a racist and capitalist dystopia. A racist and capitalist dystopia? I mean, the dystopia part is evident to me. It's been a really long time since I watched The Jetsons. How specifically is it racist? Like, I can't even remember there being people of color in The Jetsons. Now that you mention it. Everybody in the future's white. There's got to be a mass genocide in the world's history at some point. I mean, it could be the equivalent of being... No, even that wouldn't work, would it? I was trying to think, like, there's still, like, communities today in the US, for example, that are literally just entirely white towns. So it could be the racist lens that we're looking at the world, where they have had basically, entirely a viewpoint into a white society. But I'm inclined to agree with you, especially if you're that far in the future, that it would have been more than that. Where is the racism in the Jetsons? Some people say that the Jetsons and the Flintstones are both happening at the same time and we're looking at two classes. That's an interesting theory. Why is everybody in the future white? There has to be a... Oh, I read that already. It was a 50s cartoon. I assume that there's going to be racist because that's what sold. I know there's a theory that the Flintstones and Jetsons take place in the same universe at the same time. The Jetsons cowering behind their steel doors while their flying cars crash and burn out of the sky. A Marxist Leninist caveman screams yabba dabba doo. Indeed. Yabba dabba doo is now an anarchist battle cry. We've appropriated the means of the Flintstones. Ecofascism is a huge concern and definitely a thing white supremacists will lash on to. True. It's a thing to definitely be aware of, at the very least. Legit, legit yelled at a protest, for sure. Feet-powered cars are next on the list for appropriation. I can see that happening in the QAnon crowd since they're ideologically new age. Oh boy, yeah. I can see that as well. The yabba dabba doo pill. No, I just realized we've been going for a while. I didn't even get on the other questing that I wanted to do today. I've been so focused on our conversation and making the ship. It's been a really good exchange. The first step in Flintstone liberation would be liberating dinosaurs as the servant caste in their society and then revolting against the bourgeois Jetson masters. Yeah, the dinosaurs are completely sentient in that reality also, and are subjugated. Like, they're able to, like, fully communicate in which of course is the universal language of the Flintstones, English, which makes sense for so much. Can't have a pirate commune without a pirate ship. True. And it is slowly being built. We are building the ship. We are seizing the means of Base Cat. I mean, Base Cat is gloriously granting us a pirate ship. I didn't say anything else. Yeah, the dinosaurs were totally capable of speech. The white future would be an eco-fascist future where the West fights to save themselves and keep black and brown people out. First, capitalism creates an ecological crisis. Then we keep victims out. Pirates are hardcore. Yeah, and let's not try to make the Jetsons ethno state happen. It seems like a bad idea. That doesn't sound like my ideal future, personally. I wonder if I place some of these here, if it'll light this up. There we go. Now I can see a little bit better. Well, that's gonna make this a lot easier now. If we want a future like, I like all of you existing also. I'd rather live in a world where everybody here exists. Merchants, thank you for coming out. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you have a great time. Hopefully see you next time, and see you on the Discord. I don't think I'd enjoy a world like that personally, Ecuador. I'd like having people around. Maybe the peace and quiet would work for you. It isn't my thing. Yeah, I really like spending time with people. I'm looking forward to being able to do it more at some point. Maybe when this virus situation maybe gets better, hopefully, question mark? Step 1, wait for fires to not be existential threats. Step 2, build radical communities. Step 3, revolution. That's exactly how it needs to happen, Duke, in that order. I mean, I just want a world where we're able to have a lot of different perspectives come together. You gonna bake so much bread? I'll get on the food train also. I have faith that humans could figure it out. We must stop the Jetson future where there's a white ethno-state. And Mr. Spacely is, like, everything. And all the work is done by enslaved AI. Are we making the robots people? That is the opposite of what I wanted to do. Wait, not stairs, not stairs. I want blocks. There we go. It's gonna be a slow journey rounding this down. But it can happen. It can happen. The only thing you can do is try, even if you meet or convert a few comrades. It's a start and worthwhile. I agree, Duke. You know, there's every possibility that, you know, it's going to take a long time for these realities to form. It's unfortunate, but I think it's worthwhile in the end. Little known fact, Mr. Spacely is the direct descendant of Elon Musk and Caitlyn Jenner. Okay. Some of us here are actually anarcho-transhumanist. Where do... I actually want to start a socialist club in my school, but I don't know if it would work. I mean, you could certainly try it. Where do robots fit into leftist ethics? Duke says, I would argue that robots are self-aware, should be given personhood and rights like anyone else. But I would also argue that most applications do not require self-aware robots, and in fact, it makes more sense not to. I completely agree with Duke. If we'd ever develop the capacity to make robots that are self-aware, we owe it to them to make sure they are, what's the word for it? To make sure that they are given rights. What is Elon Musk's microchip? That sounds terrifying. What horror are you introducing me to? All moral beings, be organic or not, should have individual sovereignty. Absolutely agree. Oh dear God. That sounds like a terrible idea. Personally. It's not something I would opt in for. Sounds like he's starting to develop the Borg. The problem with such a thing like that is that if it ever gets implemented in a society and gets approved, there's going to be so many disadvantages for people who don't want to opt into it that people are going to be forced to opt into it. Kind of like the way the internet is, you know, done today, where you're forced to opt into it to function in our society. Duke wants a direct line from the internet into his brain, but I would not trust anything from Musk. It would be free and open source from the top to bottom for me to even start considering it. Could you imagine having ads constantly playing in your brain? That's exactly where I was about to go, Trash Boy. Like, the level of brainwashing you could do with that, if that was ever hacked or even, like, implemented in a way from a hierarchical authority. Microchips in brains. What's a matter? You must get bored with his interest in Eldritch portals. Well, the only Eldritch portal which is good is Basecat. Basecat is the only true Eldritch portal that we need to rely on. The Eye of Basecat watches all. The good news is that Musk doesn't know what he's doing and can't implement anything that isn't based on already existing tech. True. I feel like it would turn into a Born Identity situation. Is it Born Identity? Is that the one, where they know... Maybe it's not Born Identity. What's the one where they know your thoughts and you're a thought criminal and they can predict the future before it happens? By knowing your brain patterns in some way. Isn't that the plot of a movie? Am I making that up? I feel like I got it wrong, though. Minority Report. You're right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I don't know why my brain went to the Bourne movies. Okay, it was precognition in law enforcement. It's been a while since I saw it. Thank you all for clarifying that for me. Minority Report's based on weird sci-fi Oracle cyborgs there. For me, the idea that they had precognition in law enforcement kind of feels like they're able to, like, predict the future of your crimes before they happen. Like, that's kind of the idea that my brain registered that as. I mean, they do that now, but you don't get arrested for it right away. They just watch you, and then it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's different. Completely different. If we had global anarchy, I feel like we'd be having a very different conversation about this. And even then, there would need to be the ability for people to opt out of something like that, because that's very invasive. Personally, I feel like for me, I would want to keep it out of my body. I'd want something that I could like log into and log out of. Then again, you know, there's aspects of that in Foundation also, without spoiling too much. That question comes up. You know, I don't feel like I actually have to fill all this in. I just need kind of like the next line in hindsight. I mean, I'm not gonna just change everything I got just put down, but... We're already transhumans with the vaccines in our bodies. If we could get more vaccines in our bodies, that would probably be a good thing right now. But I feel like that just brings us full circle with that conversation. Ooh, gene editing. Now you're getting into some dicey ethics. Gene editing starts leading into questions about eugenics. What are you allowed to edit in your children and in your DNA? Yeah, I'm not feeling that. The ethical questions with that, like, I wouldn't even know where to begin to identify how we should even do something like that. I personally just jump to, it's a bad idea. At least under our current systems, it's a bad idea. Yeah, I will just make the rich more annoying. True. That is definitely what would happen there. There's a series of sci-fi novels called The Culture that exists in an anarchist society where humans and advanced AIs live in harmony and people can change their sex and gender easily as they wish. See, like, that sounds fascinating and, like, really amazing. Wait, did I? No, I didn't mess that up. I need light source. There we go. Even if the science of gene editing doesn't actually work, it can enforce an even stricter version of our class hegemony. I completely agree. There's a series of sci-fi novels called The Culture that exist in our society where humans... oh, I've read that already. Sorry. They will have real proof since childbirth that they're literally make better than us. Can you imagine that? That they'd have that justification? Because who would have access to it first is always the rich. See if I can just finish this up here. So 1, 2, down, and I think the crux of this is the social relations more than the technology, which is why I got out of considering tech and I'm focused on changing the social and political dimensions. I agree. All of these technologies can be very helpful in the right context. Yeah, but we need to create the right context first, I think. Otherwise, I think we're setting ourselves up for really frightening alternatives. Turn flying though. I think it's about that time, considering where we're at. I think we've done a lot on this ship though. Look at that. That's definitely a huge improvement over where we started today. We didn't even have like the sides or the bottom done. And like we've gotten all that done. Actually, let me see if I can, before we pass out in-game, get a better view. I can... That's starting to look like a good ship. I am very happy with how that's coming out. So, everyone, I think it's about that time. I appreciate you all coming out, having a conversation. We had a lot of good talks today, and I'm glad that happened. Definitely a lot of learning, a lot of growing, a lot of exploring new ideas. So, nap time? For me, or for you, Duke? So everyone, if you're new, feel free to come out to the Discord that is linked in the description down below. We have a great community there, and we'd love to have more conversations and talk to you. Duke, I hope you enjoy your nap. Thank you all for coming out and having this great conversation. It was wonderful facilitating this and having that conversation. I'm really glad you all enjoyed. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can also find that link in the description down below and check it out if you're someone who is not currently doing that. I also have 2 links in the description, one to my Patreon and one to a single payment donation. If you are in a place where you feel financially able to do so and you're comfortable in doing so, please feel free to give me a donation for facilitating these types of dialogues, discussions, and these streams, as well as all the other content that I make on YouTube. I genuinely appreciate anything, but again, only do so if you are in a place to do so where it will not harm you financially. Thank you again for coming out. I appreciate it, and I'm glad to have you all here. With that said, my name is Anarchist Terra, and I hope you enjoyed watching.